Hi, hello. This is the longest. This is gonna be long video. If you watch through this, take a like. Press the thumbs up button, and with your magic, if you touch it, it will turn gray or blue. So, I'm gonna find. Meanwhile, I'm gonna find my phone and play Geometry Dash. I can't find my video. 1 minute. Why did I say I can't find my video? I can't find my phone, so I'm just gonna use my sister's iPad. Oh my God! What is wrong? The sound. What was she on? I was talking. I'm gonna have to download the game itself on Play Store. She will never notice that I got Geometry Dash. Hopefully. Geometry Dash, yes. I don't. My sister does not have money, so I had to buy Geometry Dash Lit or Light, whatever you want to call it. I don't know how to pronounce it actually. Yes. Oh, I have jokes to kind of entertain you. Where did the calf go to eat food? Take a guess? Okay. The cafeteria. What's another good joke? Did you know that 10 plus 10 and 11 plus 11 equals the same thing? Because 10 plus 10 equals 20 and 11 plus 11 equals 22. You get it? Well, Geometry Dash is installing. Okay. Should I? No, I'm only going to download one. Play. So in the background, you can hear some music now. So volume even up. Up all the way. First level, let's already go to Clutterfunk. Okay, 15%. Should I make a proof that I'm actually playing Geometry Dash? Yeah, I should make proof somehow. Making some proof. Can you even see anything? Is it like turn around? Hold on a second. With this, I have to turn the camera around. Like, look, I'm actually playing Geometry Dash. So that was proof. Turn it off now. Okay. Now, oh my God. Now that madness is done, I'm gonna play this video overnight. In the middle of the night, you might hear my dogs barking. The video might end in the middle of the night. The longest video ever is 2 hours and 23 minutes. 223 hours, actually, and 7 seconds, I think. I'm taking a guess with the seconds, but I know it's that many hours. Oh no, there's stuff on my screen. It shouldn't block the stopwatch. No, it doesn't. Okay, at least it doesn't do that. Oh wait, I should turn the percentage on. 30. I should get this first coin. Like, I hate where the friggin' speaker is, because my hand playing Geometry Dash literally blocks it. Hopefully my mom doesn't come upstairs. Then she'll see me on my sister's iPad. Hopefully she doesn't drown me. Okay, that's easy coin for me, because I'm good at straight flying. Not the best, pretty good. I can't do one block straight flying, but I could do like a one block straight flying nerf, maybe. Okay, I'm not the best player. I'm already at 56 at Clutterfunk. How did I manage to dodge? Oh, I hit the jump pad at the first. I think it's the second or first jump pad. I'm not purposely die to see. It's the second jump pad. I thought I didn't hit that, but I did. Go check it out if you want to make sure. I opened the stopwatch so you can watch something. Remaining time went at 2 hours. Wait, how much per 23? This is going to be charged. Well, this video, I should have known that right now. Okay. Uncharged. Okay, yeah. I died at 23. Hey, that's how much percentage my, untimed moments. I paused it where you hit the blue jump pad in the mini. It was like, I think it's the second one. It has to be the second one. Yeah, the second blue jump pad in the mini. Yeah, I hit the second blue jump pad in the mini. No, the third blue jump pad in the mini, actually. And then I paused in the middle of falling, switching gravity, and then, yeah. That's not proof that I didn't purposely die. Okay, I died to the first coin. That was literally the easiest straight fly ever. Well, I mean, you do have to fly up into the straight fly. Not like straight fly. It's pretty hard. Not really hard at all. Huh. Why do I like mainly like I put my hand away from the speaker a little bit? Okay, first coin easily done now. Why do I like making, like, with my voice, the sounds of Robtop songs when I'm playing the level? Or my favorite Robtop level. I don't even, it's like, it has to be Electroman Adventures. Let's go to the hardest part at Clutterfunk, which is at 69%. Should we get the second coin? Just not even hard. Easy second coin. This part is the hardest, but I can easily sight read this. It's actually my favorite part. No! I was like upside down and I managed to like hit a jump orb. I think I was mini, and then go through 2 saw blades. And then fall upwards. That's what I hate about. Okay, the stopwatch is somehow perfectly doing it. It took me a few attempts, so the recordings that I started before I had to delete. What am I on? How many things does my sister have open? She has Netflix, Don't know what to call this game. She has Netflix again. Don't know what to call this game. She has Google Maps. She has DIY phone case. And then Play Store for me, and there's internet, Samsung internet, I think that is. And then Geometry Dash, which is what I'm playing. At least you have music. What's the best music ever? Techno music, like without any words. What do you think would be the best music? Me thinking Sphere by Creo. Maybe I should just put that on using YouTube. Oh wait, I remember giving away secrets about my sister. She's grounded from YouTube, so it was deleted. So I don't know if I can play music. She has YouTube Music or Apple Music. I think her iPad's Apple. My mom does not watch my videos, and she says, "I watch your videos, so don't sleep." So don't throw anything in videos. I'm like, I don't you watch my videos, Mom. She doesn't. If she did and watched this video, the next video won't be posted. Maybe tomorrow. No, I'm going to. Tomorrow my mom had to put me in summer camp. So tomorrow is the first day. And something I just got today, I got 3 bottles of Prime. My mom says Prime is not good for you, that I have to drink it out through the week. So then my granddad bought me 3, because I saw some at Metro, and then he bought me 3, and my mom usually buys me once a week, and my mom said, it's gonna last you 3 weeks. I don't know why I like talking to my camera. Oh, I failed to get the second coin. Yeah, I know. I think a lot of people die. Everyone dies. I wouldn't necessarily say everyone. Maybe Kai Guy got that first try. Yeah, I think Kai Guy would get that first try. I'ma sometimes jump scare you in the video, but I like doing that. Taking my hand off the screen. So get ready to be jump scared. I died trying to do that.
I have found the perfect app for
I have ads.
It's called Star Maker. With Star Maker, you are
Can
able
you
to sing
shut
all
up, ad? Why do I like saying shut up to ads and AI? Oh, I also lip off, I like to lip off Google Maps. Google herself, which is on Google Maps. Like, when she does the directions, I like to lip her off. Something that I'll never stop doing. Mia, senor. When there's these like kind of quiet parts, and me saying about the jump scare thing, it makes you think that the jump scares are coming. Okay, no. This is my favorite part of Clutterfunk. I thought that was a blue jump pad, not orb. I want to play my favorite Rob Top level. Just the beat is awesome, especially when you get, I think it's 72%. The beat is awesome when you get 72%. My favorite part of the, part of the song, not level. I don't even have a favorite part of this level. I like the entire thing. I love the gameplay, by the way. Also, like on my phone and I don't even have another and my old phone, that's what I used to make shorts. I don't even know where it is anyway. I don't think I know. It'd be awesome. My favorite part of the song. And I have to die there. Oh my god, I hate ads. I removed that because I was on ad. Oh my god, shut up. No, it put me in Play Store because I'm mishitting the X button on ads. Oh my god, I'm trying to go back to Geometry. Oh my god, what is this? Keep going in the Play Store. Finally, I hit the... I want to change my icons. Yeah, I want to change my icons. Hey, over there, so Scratch. I've been watching you and you got some skills. Whatever you need, Scratch just got it. Here's a free sample. Come find me when you can. You hear something? Supporter. Chip. Complete clutter from left remaining printers. What is this? It cannot be done. A wild lock will appear. Okay, why is one of the things that are locked that are yellow says you are not ready? That won't work. Okay, yeah, let's just continuing. Maybe we should make it like that. So I'm just changing my colors. I think I like that design. That's fine. Perfect. Hey, why does the swing copter show up? Let's go back to my favorite level. I like the song and the level. Don't know how I like the song and the level that happened. I like all the Robtot levels. I like a lot of the songs. Not all of them. I can't remember it somehow. This is the second video ever with a stopwatch I've used. What is this stupid app? Stop going back into the Play Store. God. No, I don't want this ad. I don't want to play the game. Did her iPad die? No, it put me back in Play Store. No, no. Finally, I hate when ads come on because it takes me so long to go back into Play Store. Geometry Dash. Now I'm used to the same Play Store. Okay. What?
So you play hard.
Wait, no. No, this is... No, this... No, Okay, this should be good, even though it's not perfect. So my stepdad came in, and then I had my sister's iPad. I was like, so then I had to pause it, and then I messed up because I didn't know the stopwatch was running. So I had to do all this, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh no, I'm out of stuff. I don't really remember. And then yeah, because I was just trying to get the stopwatch back, because then you know exactly the time. Okay, continuing. Yes. Okay, all coins. Okay, it's like I've already
Want to
completed a
have a
demon.
cute friend? Come and experience our animal rearing game. You can adopt all kinds of small animals.
Now everybody's talking about that. My sister. Okay, I already have 10 stars and 3 coins. Ship. Yes. Now it's time to do Theory of Everything. I like doing insane levels when I first get this Geometry Dash on someone else's one. I hate when my sisters do that. Like, they're always like naked coming out of the bath with a towel, and then they're getting dressed and I'm in the room and then I'm not getting out. They always say, "Don't look," and that just makes me want to look. And they don't even know. They like just tell you, "Don't look." I'm playing a game and I'm distracted on the game. Focus on the game. So don't distract me, then I'm gonna look at you. I can't get any of the coins in Fear of Everything. They're all so hard. Like the second coin, I don't even know how to explain. That's so hard. Second coins, I think that's the hardest, one of the hardest coins, yes. Okay. Oh no, because I have my room has a stupid charger that doesn't work. Oh no. Oh no, why is my sister coming in this room? Oh yeah, I remember she sleeps with her mom. I wanna do that straight fly so badly. But I can't, I know I can't do it. That's the stupidest death ever. Wait, but I have a stupid charger in my room. It doesn't work.
Doesn't matter. You have to come out of here no matter what. She's got to lie down. You got a charger downstairs. Ready? You can grab it.
Oh my god, that's just annoying when you're making a video and then someone comes in. Okay, continue with the vlog video. The stupid video can continue. Hopefully, where's my friggin' power box? I just did that blindly. Hopefully this charger reaches because it's short. Like your mop. I will use my gaming chair to play it. Because it won't reach to my bed. My complete broken gaming chair. That's old as heck. It's really old. I I can continue make. I should go to where my old office is. Like, I used to make my videos there. Remember, if you go check out my second channel, I have 3 channels, Forza Gaming 7045. You'll see me have a video of 12 minutes of useless Pokemon information. Yes, so I'm gonna recreate the office. Hopefully my charger reaches. Because I'm gonna put it in front of me. I'm just putting it. This is not even plugged in. Wrong charger.
Oh, before she went to bed?
Okay, annoying, stupid video. Okay, it won't reach to my old office, so I can't recreate that office. Okay, now let's just get back to Game Trash. Maybe next video I should have my sister in videos, but you probably remember my mom because of my sister and my stepdad. Next video I should play Granny. I think that's a stupid part. I got the 3rd coin. I can easily recognize that that's the 3rd coin. No! 30. No, not 30. 93.
Did you know pain in your fingers or toes could be due to nerve damage from peripheral neuropathy?
Because of your
Try
mom.
Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1
No, I should play a different level now. Like 4 levels that really likes me is Electroman Adventures, Fear of Everything, Clutterfunk, and X-Step. I don't really like the 3rd one. The most boring level base after base. That's what I would think. Because it doesn't introduce anything new. It also has that missing spike. Yeah, I hate the game. Rock Talk, make it better. I'm not saying that to be mean. X-Step, here we go. It has like a ravey sound. I also think the first point is like kind of that's like sweep down with the ship. I'm not gonna purposely die because I missed that first one. I used to always say to me, second point C is a little harder. I like sometimes they put me on top. No, I tried to get the 3rd coin, but I jumped over the wrong path. Should have known that. Well, I haven't played X-Step in a while, because when I complete the level and get all points, I usually never play the level again.
Hey, what? Plaza. You have to get your jammies on, and with this.
What do you mean? The part that you just heard is not real. I don't have pajamas. I don't know why. He's like used to saying that to my sister and my other sister because they wear pajamas, but we don't. So he's kind of used to it. He like means I have to put different. I have to like put different fucking clothes on. So continuing with the video, let's see. Okay, and also, right after I paused the recording, I broke my sister's iPad, and then he took it away from me, so I'm just gonna, so it's not gonna be even more, so, now it's even more harder challenge. This is a challenge for viewers.
You didn't ask permission to use that bottle either. You need to ask.
What? Oh yeah, this is like. So I didn't know I have to ask. Yeah, this is gonna be the most boring video ever. I'm just gonna keep talking, so it makes it a little bit easier instead of hearing silence. It's like for fan and air conditioning. When I move into a new house, which is happening really soon, I'm gonna start moving in at either July 14th or 16th. Very soon. When we are done moving in, like completely moving in, it's yeah. And then I'm just gonna take a big towards big house. My mom said she doesn't want to rent the house anymore. The house is already bought. They wanted a bid. They somehow only bought the house for $400. And it's like one of the nicest houses in the inside. It's not really on that good. That's why I'm just gonna keep talking. Wait, what if you just listen to random sounds? Like a safe, but more kiddie-ish. I should stop messing with that. It's annoying me. It makes the challenge even harder. I think I can do something. Where's my CPU? My sister hit my TV remote, and it's like I'm just gonna want the TV. My TV is so old. Like I have Xbox. But the games don't even work. I can only play them for like 5 minutes before I can cast. But I can't really, I don't want to. It's the boringest video ever. Source. I don't remember how to use this TV video. I somehow remember this. I somehow remember how to change the source. TV video. I only have 1 and 2, so this should be Xbox. Oh, I don't even know where my controllers are. Controllers. Oh, I found one. Please, but this doesn't even work. I swear to God I have another controller. No. I thought I had another controller. Okay, you're just gonna be me hearing me making a mess in my room trying to look for a controller. Here. Where the heck are you supposed to be? I don't even know where to check. I know it's not gonna be with my toys. In my hallway doubt it's gonna be in here. Nope. Okay, yeah, I just somehow lost Xbox controller. No, where can it be? Why do I like to make so much fun sound? Do I have anything that I can pass to my TV without like stopping without using my iPad? Because I can't find my other Xbox controller that actually works. So I'm just gonna look in my room for a long time. And when I go to bed, which has to be earlier now, and I'm used to let me stay up till like 12. But now I have to go to summer camp, and I'm not going to sleep there. I think it's 6. 10. Number 10. Oh. Okay, now we're stuck. Where can it be? Is it here? Is it under stuff? It's not under anything. Where can it be? In old shoeboxes? I remember that. I just figured out that I put Lego in it. What about these Adidas boxes? This Adidas box is like, I can't even get out. Oh yeah, because there's books in the list. There's a thick book. Thick. That's my Lego. Okay, now I just can't find a controller, so I can't like watch TV. Come on. If I can find my phone, it should work, but I can't find my phone. Lost my phone like a month and a half ago. I don't know what can be used. Completely boring video. My phone dead. My old phone that I used to make shorts. Do I like? Yeah, it's completely dead. I don't know what to do. But look for something that's not anywhere. I think I have an idea where I can find it. so I don't know. I lost something. It's just over 3 minutes. What? Why? What the freaking remote? It's gonna shut off. My hand. No, it's under these clothes. Oh. I managed to lose something else. I'm an idiot. Oh, it's on my chair. Because I'm going to change the video. Not TV. I'm going to go ask my mom. Yes, it should be.
Well, I guess I'm the coin guy now.
Yes!
Into my Sub-Zero.
I put on G
Last year, I promised I'd make a tier list of every secret coin in Geometry Dash if the video hit 50,000 likes. And not only did we reach that, but it ended up being one of the best performing videos on my channel, and it also somehow reached the trending tab. I don't know why you like hearing me talk about secret coins so much, but you know what? As the second best fox in the Geometry Dash community and an advocate for good game design, I feel like it's become my duty. So in this video, I'm going to look at all 81 coins in Geometry Dash, including the spin-offs, and grade them based on how good I think they are. These are not being graded based on how hard they are, but rather if I think they're well designed or not. And before we get into ranking, I want to clarify what exactly this means. Like the name implies, the coins are meant to be secret. This could mean anything, from passing through a fake wall to falling into a completely hidden area. But more importantly, their purpose is to provide an optional challenge for the player. Most coins involve going off the normal path in order to do something harder in return for a reward. The way I see it, the two key components of every secret coin are skill and memory. So how do we make a good one? Well, first off, skill should always come first because it provides a longer lasting challenge. Coins that rely entirely on memory are only fun to figure out once, but skill coins feel satisfying every time you manage to pull them off. It's still nice to have bits of memory in order to make the coin feel more interesting and secret, but it's not enough to make it stand on its own. Secondly, coins should be tempting. If you see a coin, you should want to go for it, or at the very least think about how you might be able to get it. If a coin is completely hidden, there won't be any temptation because you'll have no idea it exists. Similarly, if a coin looks too hard or excessive, it might scare people off. You can usually tell if a coin is good at this based on if you want to recollect it on future attempts. If the coin no longer feels worth it when you're replaying the level, that might be a sign that it could use some work. Lastly, coins should feel good to collect. If you feel a little rush of energy after getting a coin, that's good, because it means that it was fun and that it was hard enough for you to genuinely feel proud of getting it. If the coin is given to you for free, you won't get that feeling and you'll just be left empty inside. Or emptier than usual. So now that you get the gist of my coin philosophy, let's see how every coin in the entire game holds up. I'm obviously only going to be looking at in-game coins in this video, so map pack ones and the secrets aren't going to be included. Keep in mind that this tier list is based on my own opinion, and I don't expect anyone to agree with every placement. If you feel differently about a coin, I'd love to hear your perspective on it in the comments, since I think there's lots of potential for interesting discussion. Additionally, you can fill out the tier list for yourself with the link in the description, and by all means, feel free to make your own videos with it. But without further ado, here are my thoughts on every secret coin in Geometry Dash. The first coin of Stereo Madness is a pretty solid introduction to secret coins. When I first got the game, I actually didn't notice the fake wall and had no idea how to get this one. But 8 years later, yeah, this one's pretty obvious. I find it really interesting that you can collect this coin in 2 different ways because it perfectly matches the overall freedom of Stereo Madness, where you can freely jump around most of the level without dying. I'd definitely put this one lower if it wasn't the first coin in the game, but I think the introduction to fake walls is enough to land it a spot in the B tier. The second coin is pretty cool because it's actually based on a trick that you could pull off before coins were even added to the game. It plays around with the level design in a really fun way, and difficulty-wise I think it's a good match for the first level of the game. Because if you're a new player, you have to recognize that this is a jump you can safely make. The coin is also just fun to collect since the blocks that are normally meant to kill you are instead repurposed to help you out. I'll give it a solid A tier. I don't think it's a stretch to say that this coin is iconic. By noticing an opening in the wall, you get to play through a completely alternate ending to the level with increased difficulty. It's well hidden, but it's still mostly focused on skill. I could go on about what makes this coin so great, but I don't think it's necessary since nobody will be surprised that I'm putting this in S tier. Back on Track is a level all about the yellow jump pad. So why is it that the first coin uses a blue one? Not only has gravity changing not been introduced yet, but everything about this coin just feels wrong. When the entire level is focused on one specific mechanic, the coin should be centered around it as well. Not to mention, all you have to do to get this coin is fall, and the rest is done automatically. Oh, also, the portal's upside down. D tier. If it wasn't made obvious by Stereo Madness, fake walls are going to be a bit of a recurring theme with secret coins. In this case, there's a huge gap in the wall that you can fly through, and the coin is even placed directly inside the wall so new players can figure out the trick more easily. Unfortunately, I think this one is embarrassingly easy, so I'm gonna have to give it a D as well. I'll bump it up to a D+ since it's geared towards new players, and honestly, I think I would have went with C if the fake blocks were shifted up by one grid space. The third coin is simple, but very effective. You fall under a long platform and get this cool feeling of being underneath the level before a yellow pad launches you back on track. Not only does the coin make use of the level's core mechanic, but it also does so in a way that's easy to understand and is overall a cool challenge for beginners. Instead of the entire ground being solid, an extra jump loop is thrown in so it matches up with the normal path and isn't nearly as boring. It's a big step up from the previous two coins, so I'll be generous and give it an A. I don't really think this first coin in Polargeist has much challenge. You might not get it if you're going into the level blind, but once you see where it's positioned, you'll probably never miss it again. By putting a coin here, the level encourages you to hug the roof for this entire ship part, which actually makes it easier, as well as more boring. I just don't think there's a reason not to get this one. F tier. The second coin's a lot more solid, but it's basically a clone of the third one from Back on Track. I think it would be a lot more interesting if it was rearranged so that it utilizes an orb rather than a jump pad, since that's the whole point of the level. So it's gonna get a C. Alright, I'm pretty sure a lot of you were waiting for this one, so let's talk about the third coin. You have to do this really precise jump onto a blue pad that launches you into the air, where you have to quickly react to a yellow orb and then do a blind jump after landing. On the surface, everything about that sounds terrible. And honestly, I'm not gonna disagree with that. This jump in particular is really hard and can be an absolute nightmare for even experienced players. But I think there's a sort of charm to it because this coin utilizes actual tech. You need to know enough about the game's physics to eyeball when to jump without being given blocks or spikes to help you out. It's definitely difficult, but also a little admirable. With that being said, I don't think it's very appropriate for level 3 of the entire game, and more importantly, it's placed way too far into the level for it to be worth it. I'd be much more willing to go for this coin if it was placed towards the start of the level, but putting it all the way over here turns it into more of a choke point and makes it a little too punishing for my liking. Not even I'm able to do this one consistently, and I never really feel like risking killing my run in order to go for it. And since I don't go for the coin much, I also often forget about the blind jump that immediately follows it. I'm really torn between giving this one a B or a C, but I think I'm going to go with B since at the end of the day, it's a really unique and memorable coin, and you don't get many that focus on tech in this game mode. Well, that was a lot of talking. Dryout's got this coin where you just blindly fall in a random spot and then hold down the jump button instead of having any sort of interesting gameplay. There's no way to tell where to fall, and there's no way to tell that the coin even exists unless you get it. That's an F if I've ever seen one. Fortunately, the second coin's a huge improvement. This one plays around with how well you understand jumping, because you need to be good enough at the game to eyeball the jump and realize that it's doable. I find that quite clever, so I'm going to give this one an A. And it's a prime example of something I like to call a pure coin. A pure coin is a coin that's incorporated seamlessly into the gameplay and doesn't rely on any extra platforms or objects or whatnot. If you're able to drop a coin into a finished layout without changing anything else, that's a pure coin. In Dryout's case, these spikes were originally one grid space higher before the coin was added, but the lack of something like a fake wall keeps it pure enough. Anyways, I bring this up because the last coin is pure as well. It forces you to take a significantly harder route in the ship part, taking the tight higher path instead of the lower route that almost everybody would default to. It's an extremely well-placed coin that on its own completely changes how you approach this section of the level without needing much else. The coin is a massive step up from the first one in Polargeist, and I think it's more than worthy of S tier. The first coin at base after base is just falling through a wall. Not only is it easier than the normal path, but it also looks and feels ugly. The way the icon falls through the wall comes out super weird thanks to the hitboxes, and honestly I'd rather take the top path since there's more interesting stuff going on up there. F. The second coin is kind of like the one from Dryout in the sense that there's no hints that it even exists, and you'll never know if you passed it. But this time you have to do a much more interesting jump off this platform, after which you'll pick up the coin and make a sort of awkward recovery via 2 gravity portals. Everything about this coin is done really poorly, from the spot you jump off to the way you get put back on the main path. If there's a better recovery and some extra gameplay after falling, then it might have gotten a higher grade, but I still think that wouldn't be enough to excuse the fact that this one is way too hidden and the entrance is super random. Oh, and both of the recovery portals are upside down. Seriously, is this like a style choice or something? In conclusion, another F. And while we're at it, let's complete this set by handing out a third and final F to the last coin, where you just hold in the ship part for a solid 2 seconds and miss out on the fun of actually getting to play the level. Alright, I think I'm getting a little too harsh here, but luckily there's nowhere else to go but up. I promise I'm not going to be handing out Fs to everything. The first coin of Can't Let Go is, get this, another blind drop. This makes it the 3rd level in a row to pull off this trick, and once again, you sort of just have to know when to fall because there's no hint for it. Oh, and once again, there's no extra gameplay down here. It's just 3 bounces, which is a little fun to watch, but not challenging at all. I think I'm going to be a little generous with this one and give it... actually, nah, another F. The second coin isn't too difficult, but it still provides a good challenge and is very clearly harder than the main route. For this point in the game, I think it's exactly what it needs to be. It's also another completely pure coin, which usually means that it involves actual skill. This one's a huge breath of fresh air from the past 4 coins, and it's getting a well-deserved A. This takes us to the last coin, which involves jumping off another unmarked spot, but at least it's a bit of a clever one. It puts it on the track for being a really good coin, but sadly, the recovery absolutely ruins it for me. You're sent back up to the main path with a series of jump pads, but for some reason there's a pink one thrown in? And not only that, it's the most front and center jump pad that you see when you're taking the normal route. When I was younger, that pad messed me up so many times because the placement confused me so much. I know it's clearly meant for the coin, but in the moment it always looked like it was part of the regular level, and it would completely mess with my upside down sight rating. And you know what? This coin is getting no forgiveness from me. In fact, I'm putting this one below the F tier and into the what were you thinking tier. Coin 1 of Jumper is a genuinely good challenge, especially since it directly builds off the newly introduced upside down ship. This whole part of the level sort of serves as a tutorial for it, and because of that, the gameplay is super simple and kind of boring. So this coin helps keep things a lot more interesting. I don't think it's good enough for S tier since it's pretty stressful and also looks kind of ugly. I think there would have been better approaches than passing through a fake wall, but I'll happily give it an A+ anyways. Moving on to the second coin, how do you miss this one? Like, I think people are more likely to stumble into this one than fall and go the normal way. It's obviously a harder path, which is good, but I think most of that difficulty comes from the blind drop after you pick up the coin. So like, D, I guess? Finally, the last coin is a pure one in the ship part that's placed really nicely. Lots of previous ship coins pulled off this same trick, but it's very effective. My only complaint is that it probably could benefit from a bit more challenge, so I would move it over to the next spike and then shift things around so you have to fly under both. Let's go with a B. Okay, look, I'm sorry, but the first coin of Time Machine is too free. Like, it's really not that hard of a jump, and I can't help but feel like it was placed there under the assumption that it would be harder. On the bright side, it is pretty satisfying to pull off, and is also nice and pure, so it gets a C. The second coin builds off of the newly introduced mirror portal in the same way that Jumper did with reversed gravity. You have to go through a pretty tricky gap with the camera flipped as well. But I think that's a good challenge for this point in the game. Not to mention, you're given the option to go above, below, or through the spikes in this spot, which is a lot of fun. This one gets an A, but a mirrored one. For the last coin, I'm sad to report that it's yet another spot where you randomly fall. The recovery portal is finally right side up, but this time there's 2 pink orbs, which aren't supposed to be a thing yet. Fortunately, they don't obstruct the main path like Can't Let Go, but I still heavily dislike coins that use unintroduced mechanics. Combine that with the pretty lazy trust fall, and we're looking at another F tier. Okay, I promise things get better from here on out. Cycle's first coin is another fake wall that you just roll into, but for once there's actually more going on past that. You have to make a somewhat precise recovery after grabbing the coin, and it flows nicely without needing any helper portals or whatnot. I'm not too fond of the way you enter this one since I think it needs a bit more player input to feel alive, but also I'm just getting tired of fake walls in general, so I'm going to put this one at C. The second coin is just pure skill, and I'm honestly so impressed by how well placed it is. You have to head through the gravity portal and immediately prepare for a well-timed swoop that feels so good to pull off. There's no extra objects needed for this coin, and it feels super fresh compared to the previous ship ones. S. The last coin's also really fun because it has both skill and memory aspects that go hand in hand really nicely. Part of the challenge for this coin is figuring out how you can get it, because it looks like it's completely out of bounds at first. You have to search around for the little cracks in the level design and figure out how to take advantage of them to get the coin and safely recover. It's fun to figure out, and just as fun to actually collect. The coin isn't pure, but I'm really glad that it doesn't use fake walls or fake spikes or anything like that. Another S. X-Step's first coin is pretty similar to the second one in Cycles, since it requires a pretty risky swoop downwards that's a lot harder than it looks. It's simple and it's pure, and while it's easier than the one in Cycles, it can sometimes feel inconsistent, so we'll give it an A. There's definitely some challenge involved with the second coin, but it's kind of janky, so I don't usually go for it. The hitboxes are a lot weirder than what you'd expect them to be, and while a lot of wall coins have that problem, it's especially prevalent here. D tier, and I still stand true to my point in the GD Mechanics video that you should get this coin from entering the Q portal upside down. The third coin is another one of those blind jobs, but this time it's done super right. The coin is always visible, and it serves as a huge hint for what you need to do. I'm not a big fan of this blue orb, since by the time it's visible on the camera, it's already too late. It could have easily been replaced with a pad, and although that makes it easier, I think it's well worth it since it's the main mechanic of X-Step in the first place. Also, it sends you directly into a yellow orb anyways. B-, mainly because of camera weirdness. Alright, that's 10 levels down for a total of 30 coins so far. With that, I want to quickly pause for what the nerds say is a call to action, which basically just means, if you like what you're seeing so far, subscribe? ? Look, we're dangerously close to 500,000 subscribers, and as I always say, I don't even post that often, so there's not much to lose. I focus on quality over quantity, which is Canadian for I'm lazy. And if you're still not convinced, here's that one green screen everyone uses. Alright, that's all. At the very least, keep it in the back of your head. Let's keep going. I was kind of surprised to hear that a lot of people don't like the first coin of Clutterfunk, since I don't think it's bad at all. Maybe I'm just biased because I like pure shit coins that force you to take a harder route that you normally wouldn't take. I don't know. I'm giving this one an A because if you don't like it, that's just a skill issue. I don't usually get the second coin in this level, but I do think it's cool that it skips a gravity portal. However, the gimmick feels really overdone and the coin needs more going on in general. C. Third coin's just plain uncool. Not only do you have to blindly fall once again, but you have to keep holding since there's a series of blind jumps on the ground directly after. There's also, once again, no way to tell when you missed the coin, when it could have easily been placed out of reach on the main path. If it was like that and also maybe had this saw removed, I'd be a lot more fond of it. But otherwise, it's another F tier for reasons I've mentioned many times now. The first coin of Theory of Everything does a nice job building off the introduction of the UFO game mode, but I think it would have been a lot cleaner if the fake wall was just removed entirely. It probably didn't make sense to do that though, since the level existed before coins were added. It gets a B. Oh boy, this next coin is one hell of a challenge, and I love it. It's such a good application of mini ship, especially since it wasn't used all that much in Clutterfunk. It's also super well placed, and most importantly, it's consistently difficult. It's hard, but not far enough in the level for it to feel like a huge choke point. It's tempting, and that's good. Easy S. I originally didn't like this level's last coin, but as I was writing this video, it started to grow on me. You can tell where you're supposed to fall thanks to the missing saw blade, and then you're immediately thrown back up with jump pads. I think knowing where to fall is challenging enough in this case, since you have to jump over this really tempting looking jump pad. Also, putting orbs down there would just cause camera problems. The coin could definitely benefit from a clearer indication that you missed it, but either way, the missing saw blade is a huge step in the right direction, so we'll give it a B+. By the way, I don't know if I'm just crazy, but I always think this coin is further into the section than it actually is. Alright, we've reached Electroman Adventures, which means we're entering a whole new era of secret coins. All of the previous coins were edited into the level in Update 1.6, but from here on out, the levels were actually built with coins directly in mind. With that being said, let's see what we're up against. Coin 1 of Electroman makes some really good use of the breakable blocks, which definitely isn't something you see every day. It tries to throw you off with this down arrow as well as the general structure of the gameplay, but if you paid attention to how the breaking blocks were introduced, you might realize you can keep going higher. There's even a little more gameplay up there, which is much appreciated. I was going to take off a few marks because the gameplay is a little hard to understand at first, mainly because of this block with the blue pad, but then I realized no, it's honestly fine. It's weird like once, but this path becomes second nature very quickly. It's hidden but very findable if you're paying attention, and because of that, I don't think the actual coin needs to be out in the open. I'm torn on whether to give this one an A or an S, but I might actually go with S because of how well it tricks your brain into focusing on the main path and ignoring the extra breakable blocks. Coin 2 comes directly after the first one, and this time it's just hidden away in a wall like we've seen many times already. I can't say I'm a fan of this one, mainly because the hitboxes of the corner blocks can be really confusing. There's definitely some challenge, but I wish it was in a more unique spot, like between two saws, so it's getting a D. The final coin is completely free, and also less effort than taking the main path. Easy F, this one's not even worth my time. The first coin of Clubstep is completely free, and also less effort than taking the main path. Another F. Okay, wait, let's back up and talk about this one a little. First up, this is a demon level. You'd expect hard coins from it, and I'll be honest, this coin might look a little intimidating at first. It presents itself as a really precise looking coin, but once you get it, you realize that it's pretty much impossible to mess up. I almost feel like it would make more sense to redecorate this part and then move the coin to the normal path. Also, if you miss the coin, you can't do this cool jump, which, come to think of it, probably could have been tied to the coin to add an extra step. Whatever, you know what they say. It's not club step without the L. Well, I mean, it's not an L, it's an F. You get the point. The second coin's an improvement, and this time going into a wall actually makes sense since it's a common theme in the level. The gameplay is pretty much identical to the normal route, but the background walls make the spikes even harder to see. I don't think this coin is anything crazy, but in the context of club step, it just works. C tier. For club step. I think the last coin of this level could be improved gameplay-wise, but I really like the idea behind it. If you reach this point in the level, you're probably shaking over the fact that you're at the very end, which on its own makes the coin so much more intense. It's an easy coin, but it requires some serious bravery to go for. I like the idea of having a choke coin here since it perfectly matches the energy of club step, but only as a one-time thing because if you do this at the end of every demon level, it's just gonna get annoying. A tier, why not? Coin 1 of Electrodynamics is a pure one that's very straightforward. Take a slightly harder path, get a reward for it. It's fun and definitely satisfying to get, but I think a little more challenge would help make it shine. I'll be nice and give it a B though. Second coin, I'm just not really sure what's up with this one. The entire coin route feels kind of awkward, and especially the jump back to the main path. Fortunately, the placement of the coin is good, and I like how you enter it by skipping an orb that you'd instinctively press, so I'll bump it up to a D before you yell at me for handing out yet another F. The last coin is supposed to be a sort of heat of the moment coin that tests how fast you can react at triple speed. All you really have to do is skip an orb though, and it's about the same difficulty as taking the main path. It also leads into a blind jump and is overall pretty forgettable, but it plays off of a decent idea and is pretty clean visually, so I'll give it a C. The first coin of Hexagon Force is simple, but I find the way that you get there to be a little clever. I think this coin would be more justified if it was towards the end of the level, but for one that's placed right at the start, I think it needs more spice to it. C tier. Coin 2 is just plain unoriginal. It could have played off the new slope physics or something, but nope, it's just another generic wall coin. It flows well enough for a D, but that doesn't mean it's good. Finally, the last coin is, well, it's another wall coin. Pretty much exactly the same as the previous one, just slower. It's not awful gameplay-wise, but so many coins have done this exact trick that it's completely stale by now. Like, after looking at all the coins before this one, I'm completely sick of it. Not only am I giving this one an F tier, but I'm moving it to its own tier list along with every other coin that involves flying the ship through a fake wall and nothing else. Moving on to blast processing, I think the first coin is exactly what it needs to be. There haven't been any dual coins yet, and mixing one with the wave is a match made in heaven because you always feel in control. The dual makes this one look a lot harder to get than it actually is, but also way cooler. It's really satisfying. S. Coin 2 requires some interesting UFO timing, and the fake teeth is a nice touch. It could have been a fake wall, and I'm grateful that it's not. Not much to complain about here, I think it's perfectly well done, and I'm giving it an A. For some reason, whenever I get the third coin, I always tell myself, oh wow, that was a lot like the last coin. Which isn't necessarily true since they play out quite differently, but there's definitely some resemblance. It's also just kind of unoriginal, and nothing feels special about it at this point in the game. It would have been cool to see the spikes filled in, similar to Theory of Everything, but its current state is by no means terrible, so we'll give it a C. I'm gonna be real with you guys, I don't even know how to explain the first coin in Theory 2. Like, honestly, I've stopped paying attention to what's going on. You just kind of learn how to get it, and then it becomes muscle memory. But it's a solid B, nothing that concerns me too much. The second coin's neat because I really like the timing that's required to get it, and it always feels super satisfying to pull off. Problem is, it's really hard to eyeball. The outlines for the wall need to be a lot stronger, because right now my strategy is to just blindly let go and hope that I'll make it through the opening. Maybe other people are able to see it more clearly, but I personally just go off of what feels right. And if that was the intent for this coin, I don't know if that's the best idea. I would have given this coin an A, but the lack of clarity in the outlines drops it to a C. Third coin is just a repeat of the second one from Jumper, but with more decoration. By this point in the game, going up there is just instinct, and I find myself doing it even when I didn't intend on it. The X on the yellow orb is kinda cheap, and you have to do a weirdly delayed jump in order to recover from the coin, which is just a recipe for chokes this late in the level. I'm gonna have to give it an F because this level has a lot of untapped coin potential, and this one just wastes it. On the bright side, it does make it easier to beat the level with 3 coins so that you get this cool icon. Coin 1 of Geometrical Dominator is creative, and even a bit of a puzzle since you need to figure out how to get through the gap. The use of outlines here is a really nice break from the normal fake block style, and I'm glad that it was designed this way so that the path to the coin is a lot more clear. My main gripe with this coin is the bugs, because there's a lot of extra ways to fit through the gap, and most of them are unintended and really should have been accounted for. For example, you could just not jump and hit the gravity portal, which reveals some buggy behavior. Or you can do a well-timed jump after picking up the coin to stay upside down all the way until the next cue part. This coin would have gotten a B or a B+, but the sheer number of bugs surrounding it drops it to a C, even if they are kind of fun. The second coin is kind of like the first one from Time Machine, but done super right. The high speed mixed with the floatiness of the robot game mode makes this one extremely fun to collect, even if it is really easy. You'll probably pass by it on your first playthrough, but it's enough to make you go, ooh, that's clever, I'm gonna go for it next time. It's also completely pure, which helps it feel like this really graceful leap of faith with nothing to get in the way. I was debating taking off Mark since it's super easy, but it's also really satisfying and utilizes the robot game mode quite nicely. Not to mention, you actually have to make a bit of a conscious effort to get this one, so it's not free. Easy S tier, fight me. Not much to say about this last coin. I guess there's moving objects now, but it doesn't really add that much in this case. I'm just gonna put it in the D tier of the wall tier list we made earlier. Deadlock marks the first use of a key coin, where you have to grab the key in the ship part to unlock the area with the coin later on. These coins are a little controversial, because in a lot of cases you can just replace the key itself with the coin, since that's usually the hard one to get. Sure enough, it's super easy to grab the coin after picking up the key, but I'm gonna be nice with this one since it's the first time a key was used, and it's kind of cool. The key itself is placed in a pure and really clever spot, requiring a well-timed swoop in the ship that always feels a little risky to pull off. Official levels never scale down their coins, so it actually makes a bit of sense to use a key here since a coin wouldn't fit without looking strange. It's weird that you don't get the actual coin until much later on, but I like that it opens up an alternate route instead of freely throwing the coin at you. I'm gonna give this one an A, but I might not be as generous with the future coins. The second coin requires falling through a wall and doing a series of well-timed jumps with the robot, and unlike most wall coins, I think this one is done right for once. The coin is pretty drawn out, and the fake wall is just a small part of it. The recovery onto the main path is super clean as well, and I like how it skips a gravity portal. I'm a huge fan of this invisible block since it only appears if you go for the coin, but it kind of tricks you into thinking that it's always been there. It's so much better than popping up an extra platform last minute and giving you no time to react. Overall, the robot timings for this coin feel very consistent with the rest of the level's gameplay, while still being harder and less straightforward than the main route. And best of all, there's very few elements to distract you if you're not going for it. Another very solid A tier. Okay, quick footnote, while editing I found that you can cheese the coin like this, and also like this. Doesn't change anything, I just thought that was funny. I could not think of a better design for the third coin. It's pure and so simple, but still super risky feeling thanks to the little boss laser. With a bit of practice, it's not hard at all to get, but it always feels really stylish when you do go for it. And if you miss it at first, you'll know exactly what to do the next time around. I've said it before, but I love coins that make you take a harder path without actually adding any more objects. S. Speaking of simplicity, the first coin of Finger Dash does this just as well. Even if you only learned how to control the spider a few seconds ago, the way you get this coin is immediately understandable. It's really tempting to go for, and I think that's because the only alternative is to do a slow walk of shame past it where you don't get to click anything. The coin is purely skill focused and very satisfying to grab. I'm glad it's sitting out in the open because I think adding extra distractions like a fake wall would have been super overkill. I'm going to give this one another S, but I'll bump it down to an S- because I think this coin was placed under the assumption that it would be a lot harder than it actually is. It does the job for newer players though, since they usually head right into Finger Dash anyways. Coin 2 feels like it was a wall coin that got saved last minute and repurposed into something else, and I'm eternally grateful for that. Squeezing through the two fire bars looks really cool visually and helps tie the coin into the theming of the level instead of making it look like a last minute addition. Compared to the other ship coins, it's a huge step up, and for that it gets an A. You know, if there's one coin nobody forgets, it's this last one. There's 10 mini coins scattered throughout the wave part, and you have to pick up every single one in order to collect the big coin at the end. It's definitely a bit over the top, but that's what makes it so special. The actual wave gameplay here is very generic, so the addition of the mini coins makes it a lot more fun and engaging to play through. Like without the coins, this part would absolutely suck. It reminds me a lot of the rings from Mario, where you have to collect all the red coins for a reward. It's just extra optional fun. I think my favorite part is the fact that the mini coins disappear as soon as you miss one, so if you're not going for the coin, you won't have all this extra pressure getting in your way. This one's an easy S tier, and I wish more levels did something similar. Every now and then I see custom levels that try to do a coin like this, but they always put the collectibles in spots that are way too hard. It's not terrible, but I like having them positioned on the regular path without any weird deviations. For the first coin of 7 Seas, I'm going to relax my expectations a little since it's meant to be a first level like Stereo Madness. Either way, I find this one to be kind of mean since it only reveals itself after it's too late. This means that the only strategy is to memorize when it appears so you know which completely ordinary looking wall to jump into. I'd give it an F, but I'm just really glad the coin reveals itself if you miss it, so that's enough for me to bump it up to a D. Actually, I'll give it a D+, since the jump itself is pretty cool. The second coin is way too easy, and I mean even for a level 1. Technically it's tighter than the one in Back on Track, but the darker wall makes it a lot more obvious. At least it's somewhat visually appealing and a good temptation for super new players. I'm gonna put it in D on the wall tier list and also propose that it should have been here or something. Coin 3 is a much fairer fall than something like Dry Out or Can't Let Go, because you actually get a chance to see what's down there. The recovery with the jump pad is super smooth, and overall, I think this one is simple and fitting for a first level. B. So your only hint for the first coin in Viking Arena is this keyhole, but it makes you expect that the key is somewhere in the ship part, which it isn't. Rather, it's behind this random glow at the start of the level. This one's just lazy, and it fails what I like to call the key test. Basically, if you remove the key and just put the coin here, would it still be good? No, in this case you just have a super generic custom level coin. I would have put the key in a pure spot somewhere in the ship part, or repurposed the glow into a jump ring that sends you to a higher area while keeping the key visible. As much as I want to give this one an F, I'll give it a D- for creativity. The second coin is... Yeah, I don't even care, I'm giving this one an S. It's so simple, but there's something super satisfying about it, from the way it's hinted at to the way the wall fades away. If this was a boring wall coin like base after base, this one would have been an F, but it feels and flows so perfectly. It reminds me so much of the secrets you'd find in Mario or Celeste. I don't know, this one just feels so right to me, and I love it. The last coin is pretty easy, but I think that's fair since Viking Arena is an easy level. Without these arrows pointing up, you'd probably stumble into it by accident. Like most ship coins, this one doesn't feel too special and probably could have benefited from spikes or something. But at least it's not a wall coin, so I'll give it a C. Coin 1 of Airborne Robots is another key coin, but at least this time the key is visible, so you're actually encouraged to think about how to get up there. And the way you do it is by touching this little glow, causing a platform to move down. I have to say, I'm not a fan of the diagonal movement here. It would have looked so much nicer if it just fell straight down, but I think the best approach would have been to leave out the movement entirely and replace it with a well-timed jump like so. The key causes a marked platform to fall down later on, opening up a path to the coin. The coin's pretty much unmissable, so it renders the key kind of pointless, but at least it looks pretty cool. Keys are starting to get a little stale, so I'd remove this part entirely and move the coin to where the key was, floating barely out of reach. D, but more like a D+ since there's potential. The second coin is pretty much exactly the same as what Viking Arena did, which is pretty much exactly the same as what the Seven Seas did, which is pretty much exactly the same as what Geometrical Dominator did, which is pretty much exactly the same as what Hexagon Force did. Yeah, this is another F for the wall tier list. The third coin is centered around this hidden orb, like every custom level ever. But I think there's some charm to it, like you might notice the little orb effect and realize what to do, or you might instinctively tap here because it just feels right. Even if you miss it, the coin remains visible on the end screen, so you can sit there and reflect on how you might be able to get it. And when you finally do, it feels like a sort of alternate ending to the level. Not as much as something like Stereo Madness, but you're still pulling off your last jump in a different spot. I'll give it a B because I would have loved to see it branch out into a new route for a bit longer. Alright, it's time to talk about the Sub-Zero coins once again. If you've never followed the whole drama, these coins were originally so bad that I made an entire video dedicated to criticizing them, and it caused RobTop to go back and actually improve them in the next update. I'm going to be reviewing both versions of the coins in this video, but in a lot less detail. So if you want a more in-depth review of the coins, you can check out my 2 videos on them. The first coin of Press Start is another wall coin, but this time it's completely invisible until you ram yourself into it. The only hint you had was the missing spikes, but the coin update added significantly more glow to help clear things up. I think this coin is a little too sneaky for what's supposed to be the first in the game, and there's very little challenge actually involved in it. Once you figure out where the coin is hidden, it's no longer fun because gameplay-wise you're just sliding across and doing absolutely nothing. I'd say this one is an F bumped up to a D+ after the update, and the plus is mainly because it syncs with the coin sound and the music. Also, this one goes in the wall tier list as well. Coin 2 is found by skipping this yellow orb, after which the map magically rearranges and reveals the coin. It's not something many people would think to try, so my original grade would have been an easy F. However, as of the new update, the coin is always visible in this part, giving you an actual reason to experiment and figure out how to get there. I still shake every time I see this coin. It's such a huge improvement, and it reminds me that my video, which was supposed to be a joke, actually impacted the game forever. Anyways, I also like how an extra jump is now required to pick up the coin, because why not? My final grade for this one is going to be a C+, since it's a cool concept, but I find the map rearranging to be a little jarring. Last coin is pretty much exactly the same as the one in Deadlock, but a lot more new player friendly. It's the only coin that wasn't updated, since it's already perfect as is. It gets an S tier for all the same reasons as Deadlocked. The infamous first coin of Knockem, where you ram into this random wall only for a coin to magically appear. There's no way to tell that there's a coin here since it only shows up after touching the wall. I think making the coin visible might help a little bit, but it doesn't change the fact that the positioning of this one just sucks. That's an F tier if I've ever seen one. Previously the only indication was a tiny little particle, but the update changed one of the dots on the wall to be red. So it's still a dumpster fire, but now the dumpster's spray painted a different color. It really doesn't do much to help improve things. I'd bump this one up to a D- or an F+, since there's technically a better indicator now, but I'm still pissed that this coin exists at all, so...
I'm going to give you a Super F!
When it comes to the second coin, I think it's kind of justified to use a key here since there's not enough room to fit a full-sized coin without it looking ugly. It's the same argument I made for Deadlocked. It's a really awkward transition though, since coming from the wave messes up your timing quite a bit. To fix this, it got nerfed and moved down after the coin update to hopefully help you feel a little more in control. The key was also recolored to stand out a bit more. You pick up the actual coin over in the ball part, and I don't think there's anything too special about it. This one's like a D- bumped up to a D after the update. Okay, the last coin is wild. Previously you got it by running through this random unmarked wall, then it's just given to you for free. But after the update, not only was the wall given a marking, but a pretty tricky challenge was also added inside of it. You have to react quickly to it, but it's nothing impossible by any means. But in a nutshell, the whole gimmick of this coin was changed from being well hidden to being an optional spider challenge.
Yes.
It's so much more fun to collect now, and believe it or not, this is an F-tier coin that got bumped up all the way to S. Before the coin update, the first coin of Power Trip was just a sort of spiced up version of the first one in Stereo Madness. And by that I mean you fall through this wall, which might I add is completely unmarked, unlike almost every other wall coin we've discussed. Then you just fall back onto the main path. The update fixed this by replacing the fake wall with an actual gap you can slide through, and also adding some extra gameplay before you recover. It even takes some advantage of its spiky platforms and gives them a second purpose, which is really creative. The whole thing flows super nicely now, and I'm promoting it from an F to a B. My biggest gripe with Coin 2 was the fact that it was basically the same as the first coin in the sense that you fall through yet another unmarked wall, and that's all there is to it. But interestingly enough, this one got completely overhauled after the coin update. There's now an invisible orb at one point, marked by a little sparkle as well as the usual orb effect when you pass it. Pressing this orb unlocks a second one later down, which allows you to launch upwards and grab the coin from below. It's worth noting that you do have to time the orb correctly, otherwise you'll land in the spikes after getting the coin. The whole thing is very custom level-like, and I do like it a lot more, but I think there needs to be more feedback after you hit the first orb, because right now absolutely nothing happens. I'm gonna go with a C for this one, but it's still a huge step up from the F this would have been. Finally, Power Trip's last coin requires you to tap a few times during this little intermission, which causes the text to turn green and unlocks a coin. Before the update, this coin was placed all the way at the end of the level, but afterwards it was moved directly after the message, so it's a lot less confusing to people looking up walkthroughs. Funny enough, the old version meant that you actually had to beat this level legitimately, whereas now you can skip the last 25% and still finish with 3 coins. I still think the general idea behind this coin is kind of weird, since you'd only find it by playing around during this short break. But a lot of people jump around here anyways, and hopefully the text changing colors is a bit of a giveaway. It's a strange idea, but definitely a playful one, and I find it cool that it doesn't divert from the main path, sort of like Finger Dash. I'll give it a D+, upgraded to a C+ after the update. And there you have it, my honest and unhinged opinions on every secret coin in Geometry Dash. Here's what the final list looks like, and of course, we can't forget about the wall coins of shame. Once again, this is not a definitive list, and everything you've heard is entirely my own opinion. I just wanted to discuss how I personally see each coin, and hopefully shed some light on some details or ideas that you never really thought about. If you're still watching, you should probably be a little concerned about that, but also thank you. I find it so cool that I could ramble about random parts of the game, and people will actually be willing to listen. Consider subscribing if you want to see more stuff like this, whether it's more coin-related videos or something even more ridiculous. But in the meantime, be sure to go bully the last coin of Can't Let Go, because that's the only one that is completely deserved. When the second sneak peek for Geometry Dash 2.2 released, the initial response from the community was surprisingly negative. People complained that it didn't show enough new features, or was too short, or didn't sync, and an overwhelming amount of people said that the level just wasn't good. It was unbalanced, or unreadable, or overall poorly put together. And personally, I walked away thinking one thing in particular. Why is it so gimmicky? The level is filled with all these new mechanics and ideas that have never been seen before, and watching the video I just felt overwhelmed by it all, as if the level was trying to show off every new feature added to 2.2 instead of only using what fits. A common response I've been hearing is that plenty of existing official levels have the same problem. Deadlocked has an infamous ship part that's all memory. Geometrical Dominator has some questionable usage of moving objects, and this really got me thinking. What do you learn from playing Geometry Dash? Like, if you were to play all the official levels in order with no prior experience and no custom levels, would that alone be enough for you to understand how all these crazy new mechanics work? Well, you know what? I've got nothing better to do, so let's find out. In this video, we're going to go through each level of the game and break apart what it introduces and what the average player will take away from it. Then at the end, we'll revisit the 2.2 levels and see what we think. Starting off with Stereo Madness. Pretty much every new player starts here, whether you're a 10-year-old that begged your mom to type in the iPad password so that you could play Geometry Dash Lite, or someone older that was just scrolling through Steam. This is the first level of the game, so chances are if you hand it to a new player, this is where they'll start.
Bro, what the hell are you doing?
Stereo Madness starts with lots of empty space, followed by a single spike. Most new players should be able to make it over the spike with no problem, but what they don't realize is that it's there to give them a feel for the game's physics and jump height. By jumping over that first spike, they now know how high and quickly the player jumps, and that knowledge will subconsciously help them a lot with the timing of the second set of spikes, which is a little bit tighter. Next up are some back-to-back jumps on platforms where most players will learn that they can hold down to keep jumping, if they didn't already figure it out. You can either jump or fall off this last platform, which is a freedom that's definitely taken away in later levels. From there, the level mixes different combinations of blocks and spikes to help you get a better feel for when and when not to jump. It might take a few tries, but once you have that figured out, you're ready for the first ship section. And get this? It's completely empty, which is great because you're given a safe open area to fly around and get a feel for the new controls and gravity. Most players will be lowered towards the ground while they figure things out, which is why the first obstacle shows up all the way on the ceiling. It's very easy to avoid, and it's mostly there to serve as a warning that actual obstacles are coming. Next up, you fly between some spikes on the floor and ceiling to show that you actually have to fly and can't rely on either of them. And after that, the level's pretty straightforward. It ramps up in difficulty without introducing anything new, and helps you understand how far you can jump as well as what patterns in the gameplay to look out for. If you're really smart, you might be able to figure out how to get the secret coins. But for the sake of this video, we're going to be ignoring them, which means that the level ends with a completely normal ship part, which you should be able to do with no problem after all the practice from previous attempts. Good job, you beat the first level of the game, but the kids at school still say that you're bad, so on to level 2. Before Back on Track even starts, most players will probably already know what the yellow pad is for. The last level taught you that you can't jump over 4 spikes in a row, so the only logical conclusion is that the yellow thing helps you pass it in some way. Once you clear the first set of spikes, there's another jump pad shortly after, but this one is chained to another jump. After that is 3 more pads, but these ones need to be avoided. This is important because it shows that new mechanics can be used against you just as much as they can help you. So it's important to understand how they work and to stay aware of your surroundings. And as the level goes on, you'll hopefully develop a feel for the jump pads so that you can tell exactly where they're going to launch you. People tend to sleep on Back on Track, but I really like it because the entire level is centered around one specific game mechanic. It introduces it in a safe way at the beginning, then scales up the difficulty and plays around with different ways to use it as the level goes on. It's a very traditional way of designing levels, and I'm all for it. Next up is Polargeist, and similar to the beginning of Back on Track, you can't jump over that. Asterisk. So what's this yellow thing? Definitely not a jump pad. Enter the jump ring, or the orb. They're pretty interchangeable, but the help text and game files both say ring, so screw you, I win. Wait, the game files call this a dash ring and a drop ring? Wow, I hate it. I'm just gonna say orb, it's less syllables. Anyways, you might not get how the orb works on your first try, but you'll definitely get it shortly after. If you beat the first 2 levels, orbs should be pretty easy to comprehend, although you might not realize that hitting them earlier or later will matter in harder levels. Just like with pads, the level teaches you that not all orbs should be hit, so make sure you're paying attention. Once again, Polargeist doesn't just introduce orbs, but the whole level is centered around them. Obviously there's also some pads, but they're not the main focus. Once you're comfortable with orbs, it's time to swipe down and turn off auto-rotate, because next up is Dry Out. The level starts with some straightforward platforming that's a little harder than the previous levels, but still doable. Surprisingly, there's not a single orb or jump pad in this part. After that is this mysterious new yellow portal, which... Uh-oh. If you're a new player, you probably lost your mind when you first saw this. For everyone else, this is nothing. So clearly, upside-down sections get a lot easier with practice and experience. As intimidating as this part looks, the first few jumps are all very easy, and the rest of it helps you get a much better understanding for which block patterns require a jump and which ones don't. This back-to-back usage of real and fake jumps is something that will show up a lot in future levels, so it's something you'll definitely want to master, especially when the gravity's flipped. Anyways, if it wasn't yourself, you probably know someone who flipped their screen upside down during this part, only to realize that moving from right to left is just as confusing. And that's because this part isn't hard. You just have what we call a skill issue. Interestingly enough, this is the only upside down section in the entire level, so even if it's the most memorable part, I wouldn't say the level's built around it. After that, it's pretty smooth sailing. And wait, the entire level only has 2 orbs? And 4 pads if you don't count the coin? How? Fortunately, base after base has plenty of them. Now that you're comfortable with pads, orbs, and gravity changes, base after base mixes them all together and tests your skills so far. It doesn't actually introduce anything new, so there's not much to talk about. Can't Let Go is basically the same story, although it does mix orbs and pads with reverse gravity for the first time. It also has a really stupid coin with a purple pad that always used to distract me from the main path. Seriously, why does this exist? Jumper doesn't introduce any new mechanics either, but it does teach something that's just as important. The level focuses on very short upside-down sections, which is special because all of the previous ones have been very long and dedicated.
Yes.
Moving forward, you're going to be changing gravity a lot more quickly, so this level helps ease you into that. Oh, and also, did you know that the ship can go upside down too? Well, it's a good thing you have this completely open area in order to get a feel for it, followed by a slightly harder one, but still mostly open. Time Machine has even shorter upside-down sections, which really sets it apart from something more dedicated like the ship. Also, get comfortable with triple spikes, there's going to be a lot of them. After some ramped up difficulty, this level introduces the mirror portal, which gives you plenty of time to react to the camera change, and then from there it's obvious. There's also some mirrored ship sections, which are equally as important to learn. And finally, the level ends with some constant switching between normal and mirrored, which is good to know because this is an important mechanic that will appear in a lot of future levels. I'm sorry, I can't do this. Okay, Cycles is mean. It's got a lot of triple spikes and tricks you with way too many fake orbs.
Yes.
It's definitely good practice for sight reading, but also, why are there so many? Like, chill. Oh, right, also the ball portal. That's probably a big deal. The ball section starts with this large, impassable wall. Both game modes so far would require some kind of input to get past it, so naturally, click the screen and see what happens. Oh, and this big arrow probably helps. That first click alone should give you a good idea of how the ball works, so after that it's time to throw in some spikes and orbs. Here, you're given no choice but to go into this gravity portal, so it becomes obvious how it works in ball sections, and it leads you right into a jump pad which bounces you up and hopefully shows that it's a little more floaty in this game mode. Hopefully you're familiar with the back and forth gravity changing, because screw you, now you have to do it in the ship. If you're not used to that, this part might be pretty difficult, but it's mostly straightforward and gets easier with practice. After that's a completely empty section for some reason, and then some more complicated ball gameplay mixed with the mirror portal. By the end of the level, you should be really familiar with the ball and its physics. That takes us to X-Step, and oh my god, there's a new visual style, everything's so wavy now. The level introduces the blue jump pad, but it does so in a very strange way, because the first time you interact with them is in this automatic transition into a ship section, where it's not exactly clear how it works, which means that the first time that you properly interact with the pad is in the ship. I'm pretty sure this is the only ship section in the game to have jump pads, and while I think it's a cool gimmick, it really shouldn't be used to introduce a new mechanic. The level wouldn't have been much different if these pads were replaced with spikes, but I kind of admire the decision of making it throw you off instead of insta-killing you on the spot. I just wish the player had a bit more introduction to blue pads first, and also, why is there no coin for exiting this section upside down? It would have been such a good spot. Anyways, following the ship section is a part that's more tightly focused around the blue jump pad, but again, it might be a bit much since technically your only experience with it was in the ship. So hitting a blue pad and then immediately skipping a yellow one might be tricky for what's technically the very first proper usage of the pad. That's not to say it's too hard, again, I just wish it was taught a tiny bit more so that you're more familiar with how it works without practice. Later down, the level also teaches the player about the existence of fake blocks by having them fall through the floor into this small section. I remember being super confused by this at first, but with a bit of practice it's easy to wrap your head around, and it'll be really important in future levels as well. Finally, all the way at 79%, the level introduces the blue orb. I don't know why it wasn't used earlier, but yeah, this is the first occurrence of them. Hopefully the blue pads allowed you to predict how they work, but if not, then you should have enough time to learn and react anyways. The level definitely could have played around with them a little more, but it's not as important of a mechanic as something like the yellow orb, so it's not like it needs an entire level dedicated to it. You learn how it works, and move on. Flutterfunk introduces saw blades, which are like spikes, if they were circles. They're introduced pretty gracefully, like the first input of the level is just a single jump over one with nothing extra. There's a bit of fake block usage at the start, so hopefully you remember that from X-Step. That takes us to the introduction of the mini portal, which is done in a very fun way. Despite Mini drastically changing the physics of pretty much every game mode, this section feels just as shrunken down as your icon is. The obstacles are smaller, the jumps are easier, it's overall super easy to adjust to, and I think that this is a brilliant way of introducing a surprisingly tricky mechanic. From there, the mini ball part is pretty easy, and the mini ship is a bit more sensitive, but otherwise pretty lenient. And from this point onwards, the switches between mini and normal become really frequent to show that the sections could come in short bursts, just like gravity portals can. The level ends with a final mini section which heavily focuses on the new blue orb. I like to consider this their official introduction since it gets a lot more use out of them. There's a lot of yellow and blue orbs chained back to back, and you need to process which ones to hit and which ones to skip. And then you get this fun part where you fall at the end. Theory of Everything has an infamously hectic beginning. Less experienced players might be confused by everything going on here, but they tend to realize that you can survive by just randomly tapping the screen. But we're going to see you played the previous 11 levels, so you should hopefully have a clearer understanding of what's going on. It mixes a bunch of mechanics that you've learned while also introducing the purple pattern orb. Unlike X-Step, this is done in a very straightforward and understandable way, since hitting it is your only choice anyways. The first ship part branches off into two paths, with the top path being safe and the bottom one being not. This is going to be a recurring gimmick in the level, so it's nice that the first occurrence of it was presented in a very basic way. The level also introduces the UFO game mode, where your initial reaction would probably be to treat it like the ship, only to realize that holding does nothing. So naturally, you keep tapping, and from there it's obvious. The very start also lets you safely touch the ground in case you're slow to react, which is a detail that I really like. There's another Dorabe Choose Way section here, except that now it branches off into 3 paths. Thankfully, the correct one will always be marked with an arrow, because Geometry Dash levels aren't supposed to be about memory.
Yeah, totally.
This part has a clever little troll where it repeats the same pattern 3 times, but kills you the 3rd time around. If you fall for this even after beating the previous levels, it means that you really need to brush up on your sight reading. The level continues with some fake wall shenanigans, a mini UFO section that's easy to grasp, and a few more pick-a-paths, and that's about it. Looking back, it's kind of fun to have a gimmick like this that keeps showing up throughout the level in different ways. Good job, Theory of Everything. Here's a sticker. Electrolane Adventures introduces some more new visuals and fancy spikes, but more importantly, it introduces the most groundbreaking mechanic yet.
Yeah.
The breakable block.
Get it?
The way they're taught is actually pretty clever, because first you're forced on top of them like a normal block, and then after that you have no choice but to ram through one, and that's about all you need to know. There's even a coin for people who really get it. Oh yeah, secret coins were released in the same update as this level, so going forward, the coin routes have a lot more thought put into them, since these levels are actually built with coins in mind. Either way, I'm still going to focus mostly on the main path. So from the first part alone, you'd kind of expect this level to be centered around these breakable blocks, but surprisingly, you never see them again after this. In fact, the sneak peek for the level shows that they were added pretty late in development, so why even bother going back to add them? Just because a feature is added to the game, it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be added into an official level. You could argue that it helps teach the player in case they play custom levels, but they don't really use this object either. In game design, you generally want to have a small palette of gimmicks that you'll use throughout the level, instead of throwing in literally everything at your disposal. It would have been nice if there were a few more breakable block sections, because otherwise you sort of wonder what made them important enough for them to be added to the level in the first place. By the way, there's going to be a lot more random complaints like this, so brace yourselves. These things don't ruin the level by any means, they're just decisions that I find a bit strange. With that being said, the rest of the level is all good. It flows nicely, there's some more UFO usage, and the whole thing just goes hard. I wish featured levels still had gameplay like this.
Oh,
Hey, what level comes after this again?
Oh yeah, it's Club Steppy.
Ah, That's right, it's Club Step, the first demon level. It takes everything you know about the game so far and cranks it up to 11 with things like precise flying and much trickier orb timings. But the level also introduces 2 absolutely diabolical new elements: fading blocks and fake spikes, both of which are used to absolutely mess with you. There's so many spots where the path forward is never what it seems, and you're definitely going to need practice mode if you want any hope of beating this level. This level's like the definition of never let him know your next move. What's even harder is that these 2 new features can be used in combination, making parts like the ship extremely difficult because it's super hard to tell which spikes will and won't hurt you. So is this a good idea, or does it ruin the level and make it too gimmicky? Find out after these messages. Alright, jokes aside, I think it's perfectly fine. What sets this apart from other gimmicks is that the entire level is built around these 2 new objects. They're used in countless different ways, and they're really explored to their fullest potential. So I really respect Club Step for that, even if it can get pretty mean. It's a demon level, being mean is a bit more justified now. Also, it has Club Step monsters, so it can't not be an immediate 10 out of 10. Oh god, the next level is Electrodynamics. I still don't have all the orbs on this one because I beat it back in 1.9 and then never touched it again. The level's not bad, I just never want to replay it for some reason. It's not fun, and I don't know why. But here's what I do know, and you'll never believe it. But this level is all about speed. It starts extremely easy, but you're immediately slammed with a 2-time speed portal, and by god, you better learn how far you can jump with it. The increased speed continues into the ship, and this really precise UFO section, which is one heck of a difficulty spike, but still manageable. Hopefully you're comfortable with the speed, because now it gets even faster. Despite the fast speed, it stays pretty readable, and the ship sections are mostly just going up and down. And that's about it. I feel like Electrodynamics is definitely the hardest of all the insane rated levels. Like, when you compare it to the difficulty of Electroman Adventures and Figure Dash, it feels more like an easy demon than a hard insane. But also, this guy did it blindfolded, so who am I to make that call? So final thoughts, the level's built around speed portals, explores them quite nicely, and doesn't have any overly gimmicky moments. But there's one part of it that bothers me to no end. It's these invisible spikes at the very start. They do the same thing as Clubstep, where it's really hard to tell which ones are real, and overall it just feels really out of place in this level. Clubstep built the entire level around this gimmick, whereas here in Electrodynamics it's just used in one or two quick parts. And it comes off as this really annoying way to try to pump up the difficulty a little bit. What especially bothers me is that it's one of the first obstacles following the speed portal, which means that the player is still trying to adjust to this new mechanic, and then suddenly they're hit with these unnecessarily annoying fake spikes. Maybe there's someone out there who likes them, but I personally feel like they don't add anything meaningful to this level. Good thing Hexagon Force would never do us that dirty. This level introduces one of the most revolutionary mechanics in the game: slopes. I know this is a little bit controversial, but the slope physics feel pretty natural, so you shouldn't have too much trouble learning how they work. But at the very least, you are going to have to get used to jumping off of them. Once you get the hang of that, it's time for the dual portal. Honestly, dual is presented in a way which is pretty easy to understand, so with a little bit of practice, everything should immediately click. There's an infamous set of jumps before the ship portal, but it draws some attention to what makes dual mode unique, so I'll let it slide. The dual flying sections are all symmetrical, so no problems there. There's this little fun section that's just back-to-back orbs, but I wouldn't call it gimmicky since it doesn't revolve around any new or unusual mechanics. It's just a bit of a meme part. The dual ball looks hard at first, but in reality you're only in control of one ball at a time. I kinda like this ship part since hitting the walls causes you to get tripped up by the slopes instead of insta-killing you. It reminds me a lot of what X-Step did with the blue pads. Finally, the level ends with the introduction of the slow speed portal, but I don't see how this could possibly cause any issues. All in all, very fun level. It's centered around slopes in the dual portal for the whole way through, and doesn't do anything overly stupid or annoying. And don't even get me started on the speedrun strats for this level. Next up is blast processing. The blocks are 3D now, and the GD community is reaching its absolute peak. If that's not hype, then I don't know what is. Oh, and also, this level introduces the Wave. It's this weird new diagonal game mode, and I highly doubt it's going to catch on. This is the first new game mode since Theory of Everything, and like usual, you're given an open area with more than enough time to figure out how it works and react accordingly. The section is really wide, so it should be easy at your current skill level. It teaches you everything you need to know about the game mode, though you might have to learn the hard way that walls kill you. There's a dual wave section later down, but it's completely symmetrical, so it should be pretty easy to deal with. Overall, blast processing is an extremely fun and replayable level, but aside from the wave and some new decorations, it really doesn't bring that much else to the table. There's no speed portals, and it's the only level to not use mini portals after their introduction. The most gimmicky part I can think of is this bit at the very end with the fake blocks, but it's super easy and doesn't at all feel like the level needs to revolve around it. So, you're probably good at the game now, right? Well, screw you, here's another demon level. It's Theory of Everything, except it's way harder, and also not Theory of Everything at all, and also we misplaced this background tile because we hate you. There's definitely some interesting parts in this level, so let's talk about it. Like, remember invisible blocks? Well, if you don't, this first ship part will definitely fix that. Much like Clubstep, there's going to be a lot of them, but this time they're used in very different ways. For example, this part is quite similar to the end of blast processing, except now there's no way to tell which blocks are real unless you catch a quick glimpse of them before they fade away. Which again, for a demon level, is fair enough. It's not like you have to memorize any weird new mechanics, it's just building on what you're familiar with. Following that is another ship part made of invisible blocks, which ties in nicely with the first one and helps the level feel more themed and connected. We also finally get to witness the return of breakable blocks, and unlike Electroman Adventures, they actually serve a purpose now. They're used as a way to hide which wall is real and which wall is fake. The level would have been perfectly fine without them, but I can't really argue with how they were used, considering they were in fact already taught back in Electroman Adventures. If this were their first appearance, that would have been a whole other problem. This ball part throws some more fake blocks at you, but this time they're everywhere, and also you're at double speed. Again, reusing this gimmick definitely helps the level feel more connected, but also I just don't know how I feel about this part. You have to let it become muscle memory, and because of that, I'm not the biggest fan of it. You can actually tell which blocks are real and fake based on your player colors, so I feel like the difficulty of this section sorta depends on which colors you're using, which is weird. Either way, this part isn't much of a run killer, so you'll be fine. From there, there's another invisible part, an extremely infamous ship section, a coin that's way too easy to get, and a short bit introducing the mini wave, which you should be able to handle without any problems. By the way, I wonder what this thing is foreshadowing. Welcome to Update 2.0. This next song is really special because it was made specifically for the game. Even the name of it was top secret, and all we got was this vague hint. I remember a lot of people theorizing that it was geometrical dimension, but I was more of a grasshopper destroyer guy. Still would have been better. There's a lot to unpack in this level, and 2.0 marks a significant influx in gimmicks. Not mechanics, gimmicks. But we'll get to that later. For now, we got moving objects and the robot portal. The first robot part doesn't handhold you nearly as much as the other game mode introductions, but it's easy enough to learn and you even get some words of encouragement. It's worth noting that these new moving objects aren't a gimmick on their own, but rather are used to make them. For example, in this ship part, the path opens up in front of you, and there's also this little elevator. It's not too bad, and it gets you used to the mechanic, but this next part, well, you have pretty much no time to react, and you have to memorize where to fall and when to jump. There are arrows, but not enough time to process them. This part doesn't sit well with me, and I can tell it's only there to go, hey look, there's moving objects now, look how cool they are! On the bright side, the level gets really fun after that, and the new visuals are gorgeous. Wait, why is it turning gray? Enter the infamous Geometrical Dominator memory part, where the boys become men. This bit confuses me because when a level is a gimmick, it's usually there to show off a new feature that was added. But in this case, it's hard to pinpoint what that would be. 1,000 color channels, the alpha trigger, and it sort of dawned on me that it's not trying to show a single thing off. I think it's just a handful of 2.0 features put together in a way that'll challenge people. And honestly, this part isn't hard as much as it's controversial. I think it's a fine challenge for a later level, and it's long enough that it feels like a good chunk of it and not a quick gimmick to show off some new thing. So you know what? I'm fine with it. I'll admit that the obstacles could have been telegraphed better, but I can rest well knowing that it probably doesn't exist just to show off a dumb new 2.0 feature. So now that we're past that part, this is where the complaining really begins. If you're not here for opinions, this is probably a good time to click off. And remember, I'm happy with these levels and don't want to see them change, but there's certain parts that I want to criticize from a game design standpoint. Think of it as advice for if you ever build a level or maybe even make your own game. Starting with this UFO section, we have to collect these little diamonds. After this part, you never see them again. This is a much better example of a gimmick that makes me think, why? I get that it's a way of showing off a new feature in the update, but it's essentially introducing a new game mechanic that's used for 3 seconds and then never touched again. The part isn't hard, in fact it's super obvious what you have to do, but why bother at all if there's only going to be 2 of these in the entire game? There's another one in this ball part, but now it's repurposed to spawn a platform that follows you. And this one makes even less sense because the diamond isn't even out of the way anymore. The way I see it, this could have just been plain ground and the level wouldn't have been any worse. And what bothers me even more is that this platform in the last robot part follows you without even needing to collect anything. So this whole diamond gimmick was established for nothing. Why is this one in the ball part any different? Why was this specific platform chosen to move anyways? There's not even any indication for it. It looks like every other one. I swear to God, if I go crazy when I'm older, this is why. Like I said before, these parts aren't bad. In fact, I'd say they're kind of fun and creative once you get to know them. But it marks a very specific point in the game where the levels are no longer built around a specific idea, but are now just a mix of random 3 to 4 second microgames that introduce something new and then never touch them again. If you're gonna introduce something new, then stick with it. Build the level around it. Otherwise, it's just another thing to learn and get confused by. Like seriously, what was the thought process behind this specific moving platform? What does it add to the level that normal ground can't? Is being unpredictable supposed to be a game mechanic now? I wish I could tell you, but let's see how a demon level uses the new 2.0 stuff. Deadlocked is a hard level, so I'll obviously cut it some slack, but otherwise, you know the drill. Let's run through it and pick apart the details. The level starts by introducing the green orb and the teleport portal, both in their simplest form. What this means is that the first time they're used is in really basic and easy to understand ways, which is extremely helpful for getting to know how they work. I love that even demon levels have some thought put into how they introduce new mechanics. The first ship part has these square guys moving back and forth in a very world's hardest game-ish pattern. It's perfectly fair, but takes some memorization. I really wish they appeared more throughout the level, kind of like club step monsters, so that's definitely a missed opportunity. This ball part introduces a weird gimmick where you can't touch the red platforms, and it even comes with a little diagram to communicate this. I have to say, the execution for this part is really good. It introduces a new idea, then plays around with it. But why? Remember when I said that the levels are starting to feel more like short little microgame collections? This is what I mean. Because after this part, there's no more evil red platforms. Already, Deadlock is trying to be way too many different things at once, and it lacks a single theme that connects the whole thing together. Like, after this, there's a cannon for some reason. It's a fun little one-off idea, but the speed portal being invisible makes it feel more like it's trying to be introduced as a mechanic rather than something silly. Also, I swear to God, we really need to talk about this mini ball part, because there's nothing wrong with it. I just really like it and wanted to mention that. Very nice usage of teleport portals, 10 out of 10. This next bit introduces putting blue orbs on the ground. It should be obvious how it works, but once again, it's an idea that's never used again. It's not like it has to be, but I would have loved to see more of it. I definitely have some strong feelings on this ship part, but I'm a little nervous to say them out loud because I don't want to hurt RobTop's feelings. What the hell is going on with these teleport portals? And the back and forth gravity changes definitely don't help. But you know what? It's a creative way to explore the teleport portals some more. It's a demon level, and Clubstep did way worse, so this'll get a pass from me. But I just don't like the completely blind changes to gravity and size. That needs to be memorized, and there's no way around it. Like, the portal is literally invisible. Anyways, the boss fight after that is cool. It doesn't rely on any weird new mechanics, and it definitely feels like the climax of the level. After that is an intense wave part, which is honestly really well done. The ship part, on the other hand, can go fuck itself. This is all memory with no visual indication in the slightest, and it's way harder to memorize than anything else you've done so far. Moving platforms are back for this ball part, and the addition of the ones on top make it feel a lot more welcome than the pointless one in Geometrical Dominator. The UFO part after it is kind of memory focused, but in the same way that the first ship part is. So it's fine, but I just don't like it and want an excuse to say it out loud. And that's it for Deadlocked. Definitely one of the levels of all time. Wait, who's that? Yo! Okay, who doesn't love Finger Dash? This level is especially important when it comes to making sure mechanics are understandable, because I see a lot of people who play the first few levels and then skip right to it. And in a lot of cases, it actually goes pretty well. Like, 8-Bit Ryan beat the first 7 levels, then finished Finger Dash before Time Machine. Why this is rated insane, I have no idea. The level introduces the Black Orb, and for an orb that creators suck at using, it's used really nicely in this level. There's also the Dash Orb, which couldn't be taught in a better way, the red Jump Pad, which you have no choice but to hit, the purple Dash Orb, which is also very predictable, and of course, the Spider, which opens with a section that looks a lot like a ball part, and after one click you should immediately get how it works. If you think you're comfortable with it, you can also try and go for this really good coin. Oh, and this level also introduces gravity portals that stop Dash Orbs. I sure hope this idea catches on! There's rotating fire bars in the ship part, which can't really be considered gimmicky since there's not much extra stuff to learn. The robot part introduces the red orb, which flows nicely so it barely even matters if you don't understand exactly how it works. The wave part has these mini coins to collect, but that's a topic for another video. And it's smooth sailing after that. Despite all the potential that there would have been for gimmicks, this level shows self-control and just gives you a nice classic GD experience. And it looks super awesome too. I think there's a reason this level's so universally loved. Well, that's all the levels in the game. I'm not going to cover the spin-off games because they more or less introduce mechanics in the same way, but feel free to take what you've learned from this video and use it to overanalyze them. So, 21 levels and 7,000 words later, it's time to revisit the initial question. What the hell is going on with the 2.2 levels? It's worth noting that these levels are unfinished and subject to change, and I'm also going off of a video instead of playing them for myself. But let's dive in anyways. The first 2.2 level has a difficulty of Insane and doesn't have a name yet, but the current placeholder is Dash. It's a little weird seeing that directly after Finger Dash, but this is coming from someone who named their channel Colon. Anyways, it starts by introducing some camera movements and effects. For some reason your icon changes color during the spider part because I don't even know, why not show that off? After that is another spider part where now you're just casually moving sideways and up the walls. I still have no idea how this part works and this level isn't even Demon. You have less than half a second to even react to this. It's such a huge new feature, why is it introduced so casually like it's always been there? Think of something like Dryo, which had this whole build-up leading to the first gravity portal, and then you're slowly eased into being upside down. This level introduces going sideways, but it doesn't actually introduce it. It just throws you right into it and assumes that you already know how it works. Already, this goes against all the design philosophy that GD was clinking onto, just for a 2-second long section made solely to show off a new feature. And early leaks of the level show that it was originally a normal spider part, but it was eventually changed to this. Afterwards, a potion shrinks you down to mini, and you have to hit these blocks on the ceiling because suddenly that doesn't kill you anymore, and you'll die if you don't because screw you. Oh, and this green stuff makes you stick to the ceiling. I don't even know. Look, this part just makes me sad, because not only does it try to introduce so many pointless things, but now the game is actively going against things it's already established. You were taught that mini portals shrink you down, but now it's been replaced with a potion. And you should know that hitting a roof kills you, but suddenly that's not a thing anymore. Everything you thought you knew about the game is suddenly becoming a lie. And for what? Like, what is this bringing to the table that the existing and already established features can't? Anyways, on a brighter note, the swing section is fine. It's straightforward, and you don't really need to be babied with new game modes anymore. It's open enough that if you survived up to this point, you'll learn it very easily. After that, the screen rotates, and goddammit, this should have been the introduction to going on walls. I still don't know what the hell is going on with that awful spider part, but this is the perfect spot to reveal the twist. It goes with the music, and it's super readable too. That's all we get to see for this level, and I know I'm getting a bit aggressive, but do you see my point? 2.2 has been in development for almost 6 years, and now seemingly every new feature is trying to be crammed into a 90-second level. It just doesn't work. I feel like there needs to be some tutorial levels to teach all the weird new stuff before you're ready to jump into this one. I assume maybe you'd have to play some levels from the map first, whatever those could be, but I'm starting to doubt it. An old leak revealed a dialogue box saying that only the Demon Guardian could unlock this level, so it's possible that the level could be locked behind that. But more realistically, it's probably for the second level, Explorers. Explorers is going to be the fourth demon level in the game, and unlike the previous three, the difficulty in this one doesn't come from the technical gameplay. It comes from pure insanity. We start with an introduction to the spider orb that teleports you to the ground when you hit it, but by the looks of it, hitting it too early will drop you into the spikes, so it's not the safest introduction, but otherwise it's bearable. The sticky ceilings from the previous level are back, so I guess that's a mechanic now. But what I'm less thrilled about is this invisible transition to Minnie here, because we went from a portal to a potion to screw it, we don't need visuals at all. My brother in Christ, you established the mechanic. Oh, and there's a teleport orb too now? I mean, sure you can react to this, but this is already starting to feel a bit overwhelming. Next, there's some invisible gravity changes, and I don't know, if only there was some established way to telegraph that. Once again, the level is literally neglecting so many existing mechanics. You've been taught since Dryout that these portals switch your gravity. That's how the game is supposed to work, so stick with it! Now there's some pipes, which are done in a very confusing way, because by looking at them, you'd think you could just dash forward and skip them. Like seriously, why can't you? I'm guessing something will stop you, but why not make it more clear? Also, you have to hit these custom orbs to activate the pipes, but this whole part is just another one-off gimmick that you never see again, so it barely even matters. Oh, and did you notice how little the level syncs with the music so far? Yeah, that whole concept was kind of neglected in this level. That takes us to this single screen area, which is an idea I really like, but it has the worst execution I've ever seen. You have no idea where you're going to become next, or what the gravity or speed will be, or where you're going to come out of. Like, yeah, okay, here's a sideways midi wave with zero time to react. So far, the only reason this level is Demon is because of how unpredictable it is. Next up is another single screen section, which is good, because once again, it helps the level feel more connected. Seeing something more than once makes it feel like less of a one-off gimmick and more like an overarching theme for the level. This section is cool, but it needs to be more clear what the custom orbs do, and especially when the gravity is going to switch, because right now it seems like you just have to know that. After that is the drop, which looks cool as hell, but sadly we don't get to see it. That is, until the level inevitably gets leaked, which knowing RobTop, I'll give it a month or two. So, those are the 2.2 levels. I really wanted to be open-minded about them because there's lots of genuinely cool ideas. Simply put, the ideas are great, but the execution isn't. When I rewatch these two sneak peeks, I walk away thinking of the 6 most disappointing words known to man. It feels like a custom level. Custom levels have no constraints. They're free to do whatever the hell they want, whether it's for better or for worse. But what I worry about is the base game that most people will spend their time with. Because while Geometry Dash feels more like a platform nowadays, it still is a game at its core. And in my opinion, that game should be good. It should be fair. I don't dislike these new levels because they're hard to read. It's because they're information overload. They try to show off too many new things in such a short amount of time, without giving you any chance to adjust or be eased into it. 2.2 adds so many new things, and because of that, these levels can't decide on what they want to be, so they just resort to everything. And worst of all the mechanics you thought you knew, gravity portals, mirror portals, mini portals, that's all gone too, because now the level will just do whatever it wants, regardless of how you thought things worked. Everything is being repurposed for the sake of some gimmicks, and there's nothing to hold on to anymore. In the earlier levels, what you see ahead is exactly what you get. But now, the level is constantly shifting before your eyes, and you have no idea what half the things even are. If you play a lot of custom levels, all this stuff probably feels fine, because you're so used to the community coming up with their own gimmicks to help their levels stand out among the sea of 80 million levels. But the official levels have always felt different for me. They're supposed to represent what normal vanilla Geometry Dash is at its core, but I don't see that with the 2.2 levels. At least, not yet. Maybe I'll end up liking them. Maybe they'll be tweaked from what we initially saw. But for now, when I look at how the existing 21 levels tackle new mechanics and ideas and gimmicks, these levels just don't feel like the Geometry Dash I know. Okay, I think I've went on for way too long, so that's gonna be it for this video. I'd love to spark some more discussion over this in the comments, so if you're still watching, don't hesitate to let me know what you think. There's no correct opinion here, and if you're excited for the new levels, then you don't have to let me take that away from you. Thanks for watching. Please do subscribe if you found this kind of stuff interesting, and I promise I'll make that coin tier list eventually.
Oh my god. We almost have 2 hours.
All you have to do is point.
My longest video ever.
How many gauntlets can I complete in a row?
EVW.
Only 50 attempts. I want to give myself 50 lives to get through as many levels, and I'll go through the gauntlets all in order, like every single level in each gauntlet. First few gauntlets are pretty easy. However, it gets pretty tough. Now, I'm going to say for this challenge, I'm going to not include the demons. I'll still do the Chaos Gauntlet. I mean, if I even get there. But the Demon Gauntlet I'll be skipping, as well as the Doom and the Death Gauntlet. But I'm just going to start with the Fire Gauntlet. I have 50 lives, outer space. I can use practice mode, but practice mode lives count towards my life total. So if I go into practice mode and I die, that counts as -1 life. Let us go. Outer space. I'm probably not going to be showing my entire completion runs of these. I'm just going to show you guys kind of the highlights, and you're going to have to trust me. Let's go. First level, this one I just remember is so sight readable. Why would I go for a coin in this challenge? You know what I'm going to say? Coin is +1 life. I've been meaning to add that. I'm meaning to add that in these life challenges I do. Every time I get a coin, it's +1 life. So right now, guess what? If I complete this, I'm at 51 lives. Oh, baby! Dude, I always want a reason to play the gauntlets because I really enjoyed playing through them. And I don't really have a reason to play through them anymore, other than just for the heck of it. So I really enjoy doing challenges like this. Like I did years ago now, I did the 1 attempt gauntlet challenge. And I've been looking for a way, ooh, there's a coin that I have no idea how to get. I've been looking for a way to revisit the challenge, so here we go. Okay, let's go. Boss fight time, boss fight time. Boom. Oh, dude, it's so well marked. I mean, it is supposed to... Oh, no! I should have stayed down there for an easy coin. What was I thinking? Oh, go up! Down! Oh, son. 51 lives, baby! Yeah! Next level's Overture. Dude, you probably just have to go down for that, but I didn't want to die. Like, I will get coins where it's very clear what to do. I probably could have gone down. There's probably just like an invisible platform you could land on. By the way, I will say I did not practice any of these levels before this. I think it's part of the fun of the challenge is having not played these levels for a long time and coming back to them. I certainly did not. There was one level I played in the Chaos Gauntlet a little bit because I know there is a 240 Hz bug on it, which is the second level. I just wanted to see what it was, and that was it. Boom, still 51 lives. Let's go. First race by Stamina. Third level. So the gauntlets do get harder and harder as you progress through them, naturally. So I think I'm going to start to lose lives here. Like, I remember some of these levels pretty clearly, but some of them I don't remember that well. Right? I mean, a lot of them, I don't remember a lot of... Ah! There's a coin! Oh. For some reason, I didn't see a gravity portal. I just saw like a portal, like a gameplay mode portal, and that's... Dude, that's rough. Dude, why? Yeah, that's actually not, well, that's not that hard. I don't know what I was thinking there. What was going through my pea-brain at that part, you know? Just, I don't know. Dude, I have no idea. But either way, we're... Yo! Dude, that's so easy. What was I thinking, man? Hey, come on, give me an easy coin in this wave section. Come on, just give me... Oh, no, 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 no! Come on, just a freebie, any freebie coin. Free, please! Why? 49 lives. Next one is Shock by Danalex. Oh, dude, no, there's so... Man, that was hard to read. I mean, it's a little hard to read, man. Okay, now it's getting chill. There's like shakes and like mirror portals that are like shaking stuff around. Dude, how am I still alive? This is insane. Okay, let's go. Dude, I'm killing it. This level's so scary for some reason. Oh god! I went for the key that was gonna be clearly a coin, and then the speed change got me. Dude, what did I hit? Nice, I got, yes, that's 1 life back. Oh, come on. Big drop. I almost died, dude. Okay, level's almost over. Let's hope we just fly it into the end. Lol. What did you do, dude? That was such a stupidly hard transition. Okay, the stats are in. I'm only -1 life from that because I died too and I got a coin. 48 lives left. Nice. Not bad, not bad. Magnetic Sanctuary. Ooh, so this one, this used to be the first level of the Gauntlet, actually. Fun fact, this used to be the first level of the Gauntlet, but it was way harder than the other ones. And so, I thought it was going to be upside down. I'm so dumb. And so this got swapped. Back in my day, when I did the gauntlets, I had to do this first. Yeah, I got to do the try not to be dumb challenge. It's pretty difficult, though. Yeah, it's fairly tight, and it's long, isn't it? Oh, God. Give me an easy... I thought I was going to get in there, dude, no! Getting greedy and going for coins, it's not good. It's not a valid strategy. I'm telling you, like, if even now I have to get that coin just to get that life back, you know? Okay, I got my life back. Yeah, I was able to read that. I thought, was that a switch? What? Oh, dude, the speed change movements, man. I'm freaking out. Oh, what is happening? Wait, what the? Dude, that's so long in level 2. Oh my god. Dude, what the heck? You don't even press anything there. Oh my god. Oh my god, I've got 5 lives in this level! Hold down the button. What? You slowed me down without telling me it's an invisible just speed change?
I hate when that happens to me.
Oh my god. Oh. Okay, just trust the system. Oh, what the? Man, I can't handle these speed changes, dude. Dude, I'm seriously, like, freaking out. Like, this is like... What? I don't even know what I'm doing! What? Yeah. Okay, yeah, follow the... What? You almost got me, you cheese bag! Holy crap! 6 lives lost, because my 7th attempt doesn't count, but plus 1 life. So that's 5 lives left. 43. That's actually not bad. I thought it was much worse than that. Okay. Holy crap! 1 gauntlet done. I'm at 43 lives left. Let's go. Ice gauntlet. Amplification. Oh, back to some chillness, man. Because it's the ice gauntlet. You get it? Dude, I'm looking for some coins. I just can't find... Oh, there's one. Oh, but I've already gotten it. So it was hard to see. It was just like an imprint of one. Darn. That would have been pretty hard to get, though, anyways. Oh, I should have gotten that one. I'm so bad. But it's so, like, it's faded, man. It's faded. I should have gone Michigan mode, would have given me a coin, I bet. Alright, that's it. Is that it? I'm scared. Oh, yeah, that's it. Okay, no lives lost. Skyward. Oh, okay. I don't know what I did. I accidentally clicked the something. Okay, Skyward. Whoa! I'm coming for your coins, Skyward. You know, Dude, how did I not get that? I went for a coin and I died like a noob. I gotta stop doing it. Unless it's easy to get, I gotta stop going for them. Dun 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 dun. Oh, dude! Yeah, I got a key! I got a key! I'm gonna be getting a coin! Yeah! I got my life back! That was such a sketchy coin to get. I have no idea what I was thinking, but I got it somehow. What a sketchy dude. We good? We good? We're only at like...
I think I know why I paused. Yeah, I know why I paused now because my mom is outside. That's gonna be on. Okay, I guess I'm writing the video. Oh, I should go.
Were you just talking to your sister or something? Well, I heard you say yes. What?
I don't know what it is.
I love you.
Okay.
Get some sleep.
fuck does that mean? Because last night you did. Okay, come on. Well, my sick ball stop. That was funny. Successful. sleep, bud? Why can't you go to sleep?
I don't know.
Oh,
It's
okay.
like my eye. It's like my body's not tired.
Well, you gotta be tired, buddy. Okay? Just chill and face that way, because I'm gonna leave the light on. That will keep you up too, okay? You can't be running around and playing with stuff, okay?
I'm not running around.
Yeah, well, make sure you're not, because you'll be in trouble, okay? You got summer camp tomorrow, we don't want you
Why are you
miserable.
telling me to face that way?
Because the light's shining in here, be that way you don't have the light shining in your eyes.
Well, that doesn't do anything for me.
Did you close this?
What?
You have to keep this open.
I never closed it.
Okay, because it'll burn this thing out.
That should be good.
Hey,
Alright.
bud. Hey, bud. Try to get some sleep. what?
You wake up my kids while you're up here?
Well, let's do it. They're not up yet. We'll go to the
They're off the fan later. Oh, I see. Oh.
Morning, guys. Woke up and the video's still going. So I slept for 8 hours. Goodbye guys. I'm gonna end the video now. So yeah, bye, goodbye.